Yo, yo. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. It's Monday morning here, and we're gonna start this week off with the creature visuals. Or I would say that we're knee deep in creature visual generation. So the idea is maybe I will finally actually put this to paper. Maybe we should start with that today. Actually define exactly what it is we want. Like, we don't want full-blown no rules generation for our creature visuals, but we want to put up a pretty rigid base of how a creature should look, and then we vary certain visual properties or aspects of a creature. So not the full creature design, but just minor details, pretty much. Color, number of horns, whatever. Yo, what's up, Quincy? I'm here before the stream starts. New record. Yeah, congratulations. And good morning, Harukanan. Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. Okay, so let's jump over to this issue. Every type of creature will have X number of visual properties that will be randomized at instantiation and vary between entity. Okay, that's the description I put it initially. Each creature will have a predefined human designed cool base visual character. And I enjoyed that, those words together. That was pretty cool. Predefined human designed base visual base visual language. No, foundation. On top of this, various different aspects will be randomized. And then we have Sten here as our example. Okay, so what I want to do now, which I almost always want to do, is I want to draw some mermaid diagram. A very easy one. I wonder, could we get it horizontal? Ah, fuck it. Because what I want to build here, which we started to build, is I want to build a sort of pipeline. I don't know what this diagram. it's like I want all of these to be layers or boxes, and we put something into the first box, and then we take the output from that box and use it as input in the second box, and on it goes. A very nice pipeline. And the object we output and input might vary, so yeah, but then again, I'm wondering. So we could rewrite this one. So what we want to the property we want to randomize for Sten here is the number of eyes. They're gonna have a random position, random size, and random seed to the shader. This one could pretty much be paired with randomized position. This is just a rule to position. It's a pretty cool start, I guess. So I guess we just want something like this here. Object transform A. Transform A. What am I missing? Was it? Oh, okay, I get it. There we go. Yeah, this is like the simplest way to do it. I think we could. But then, yeah. But I have the feeling that this system would imply that we're always working with like that the visual property is itself a game object that we instantiate and then add to the original model, if you know what I mean. I wonder if is that always going to be the case, or probably not, but We can probably figure something out when we cross that bridge later on, I think. So the current implementation is creature stand definition. Here we have visual. Element 0, prefab, creature stand, prefab I. So we have the prefab we want to spawn and transform. We're going to spawn between 1 and 4 of these. And then we have modules. We only have position module currently. Randomize randomize shape every time. And then we have the shapes here, the red ones here. Okay, that's a good start. Still works with this one. So we have the object. That's the creature stand I. And we spawn it and then we transform it through this one. So that's our position module. And then we're going to have a scale module. And then we're going to have a, I don't know, shader seed thing. And then the result. But maybe it is a good-ish system. Okay, but I remember the last thing we did this Friday is that we're working on this one, randomize shape every time. These are defined in a scriptable object, so we want these to be static. They shouldn't have any like internal state. And yeah, okay. That's the problem. Okay, so when we want to randomize okay, so we have an array with 6 objects in it. We want to randomize, we want to get one of them on random. Currently the way it works is if we just do random range, we're going to get a new one every time. But if this one is unchecked, we want it to return. So if the owner of this module or the caller of this module calls it 6 times in a row, then we want to have the same result each time. So we want to randomize it once and then return that value every time, or randomize it 6 times but with a fixed seed, so we get the same result each time from the random function. And I think this would be quite easy to do if we were under the assumption that this one is going to be called 6 times in a row, like after each other with nothing else being done in between. Then we could just reset. We could save the state of random before we do random range, and then after we have done it, we reset the state of it. The problem is that we're gonna do get random point here in between these calls, which means that if we do it like that, we're gonna get the same one here as every time as well. And that's only one problem. If we were doing this multi-threaded, it wouldn't work either. Let me see here. What we could do is we could work with .NET or C# random solution instead, which I'm okay with, I think. But we're gonna have to define this one somewhere. And then again, we're gonna have the same issue here. If we do this, if we use the same random in between here, we're gonna have a problem. But I wonder if we could use this one as something. Let's see. Yeah, okay, I'm thinking that we want to init a state. Yep. I think we're gonna do it. Okay, I think I know it. The thing is, okay, so if we instantiate 2 sten, both of those sten are gonna generate the eyes, the number of eyes, how they look, where they are positioned. So both of those sten is gonna call this instance, because this one is on the scriptable object. For both of those, we want to randomize both of those should have their individual randomized side, but for all eyes on each of those, that value should be the same. Fuck. How should I put this? Sten A and Sten B. For Sten A, we randomize a side. Let's say that we get side 1. Then for all 4 eyes we're spawning for Sten A, we want side 1. But then when we get to Sten B, we want to randomize a new side. So I'm thinking that we're gonna init at the beginning here, we're gonna save a state, we're gonna save this state, the current state of random. Then we're gonna init a state using the parent as a seed, or some integer derived from the parent as a seed. And when we have randomized this one, that's when we revert it back to the state it was when we entered here. And then we continue with that state. I think that should be it. The question is what seed we want to use here. Okay. And also, shall object instantiate. Okay, we set the parent here. Okay. Okay, beautiful. I think this might work. So, although, let's see here. State. What do we have? Random.state. Okay. Random.state. Random state is equal to random.state. And then we do random.init state. And this is derive int from visual object transform.parent. Yeah, we don't have a shape index anymore. What the fuck? Let's see here. Yeah, we just do it like this. As we don't want to do shape index here, we want to do I shape point, or let's just call it shape. So we get the shape, and then after we have gotten the shape, we do, in fact, this one we can just keep like this. Game misc shapes. And when we have done this, that's when we do random.state is equal to random state, or let's call this one previous random state. So this one is the key here to getting the same random number, I hope. Because then when we do random point here, which uses in plain random point, it's probably going to do it for a lot of them. It uses random range. So we definitely don't want to use this seed anymore. But something like this should work. Also, this one right here, that's only, so it's pretty much like this. If randomize shape every time, if it's false, that's when we do this. Actually, we're gonna do Okay. Let's just do it like this then. Can I do... Are we gonna do an Are we gonna extend... No, I don't think so. We just want to get this shape here. I'm just wondering if... Yeah. Maybe. Okay, so now it's just this one left. Let's see here. What do we have? Don't we have a hash? Instance ID int fucking beautiful. Let's just do get instance ID then, I guess. So we do random init state visual object transform parent get instance ID. Then we do this, and then we set back the state again. Maybe. Let's try it. Let's try it and see what we get. Starting to hate this prefix. Okay, whatever. So as we noticed last Friday, is that the eyes are currently spawning with way too big scale. We haven't implemented our scale module yet, but we're going to create it next. It's next in line. So let's see here, randomize shape every time is off. So we should be getting between 1 and 4 eyes on the same side. Oh, we need to rotate them as well. Okay, but this looks good. I would like to add some we would like to add more rules concerning the relationship between the eyes. Maybe one should try and get them on the same line or something like that. That's what I mean. So I would like to have a module that returns a eye shape, and then we have a module that takes an eye shape as input and returns another eye shape, and then we have a module that takes an eye shape and returns a position, because then we could build it like this. Our first module randomizes a plane, so it chooses one of the 6 planes we have defined. The next model takes that plane and calculates lines in that plane, and then the third module take that line and spawn 2 eyes or something like that. If you have 2 eyes, they're always going to be on a line, but maybe we could add some constraints to this line that it might not rotate more than 30 degrees. Something like that. But okay, yeah, this system will probably... Shit, what is the word I'm looking for? Evolve as we go. Yo, what's up, Geralt? Good morning, good morning. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. It's been a while, hasn't it? Now when we test this system, by the way, let's try and do... Let's change this one to 4 so we always get 4 eyes. Yeah, okay, we can see here that we get the 4 eyes close to each other. We can also see that we get some intersection, and yeah, just a lot of stuff wrong. We're gonna have to add rules on top of rules on top of rules to finally make this look sorta good. I'm also a little worried about the fact that we always seem to be getting this face. What's up with that? Oh, that's because of instance ID, isn't it? So let's duplicate this one, put it here, duplicate it, put it here, and duplicate it and put it here. So this one got the eyes on this side. I'm trying to figure out this and this side are the same, aren't they? It looks like we're getting a random side for each of them, and the randomization of these are also different, so that this seems to work. Beautiful. That's fucking great. Definitely need to fix the rotation of these. They should always be... Yeah, we want to make the rotation... They should be aligned with the normal of this plane. And that's another thing. Yeah, when it comes to this module, like I would like to have a module. So we return a shape, and then I want to use that shape as input to multiple different, or to different modules. Yeah, we're probably, if we want to do a system like that, we're probably going to have to create or define some like container class that holds or that works as input and output, and sometimes hold a property and sometimes doesn't. Yo, what's up Diligence? God morgon, god morgon. Hope everything is nice down south. But okay, we always want these to be aligned like this. We're gonna have to add quite a lot of rules, I reckon. Guess we want to get something like this. Wonder if we want to randomize this one as well, honestly. It's pretty fucking soulless, honestly. Maybe, we'll see. Look how well it is a rock. Yeah, it's true. It's true. But I'm pretty sure this works, which is good. Let's see, let's change this one to 1. I just want to see what happens if we do randomize each shape. So now we should be able to get eyes on different sides. Wow. Looks pretty beautiful. Let's see. Yeah, and this seems to work as well. That's beautiful. Seeing this, though, this makes it seem a bit more alive, honestly, than just having the eyes on one side. Someone definitely did the big puppy eyes thing. I mean, if you animate the eyes, they're extremely small, maybe you can make it feel a little bit more alive, but yeah. Okay. So I think that module works. It's extremely basic and I would like to add more stuff to it, but small steps. So I think I'm going to commit this, the current solution, or the current implementation, and then we're going to continue with it. So we have a visual property generator where we define a prefab and a range, and then we define a set of modules. And then we spawn this one, and for each module, we apply each module to the spawned object. So we have an interface, and then we have different modules. That's pretty much it. A very simple interface right now as well. We only have an apply and a debug. That's how it should be, I think. It's something like this we have. We have packed this one into this one, which I think is pretty cool. Like, we shouldn't need to define our own wrapper class. We should be able to use like transform and all the different components as our wrapper, pretty much. Oops. Just open my thermos because I need some coffee. Okay, so let's commit this real quick. Just gonna commit them each on their own, actually. So first we're gonna commit this one. Mm-hmm. Okay, there we go, I think. Okay, let's add a scale as well. See how it looks. Yes. I want to make a way to include the plane and normal also. We don't want to randomize rotation, but we want to decide rotation based on something else. Yo, what's up, Spires? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, and thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we have a visual property position module implemented. Now I want to do a visual property scale module. Should be pretty straightforward, and we want to have the option to randomize the scale uniformly or totally random. Or so if we randomize a scale in a uniform way, I want all the entries in the randomized vector to be the same. So 0.2, 0.2, 0.2 as opposed to 0.2, 0.3, 0.1 or whatever. Yeah, shapes doesn't make much sense here, I reckon. Have uniform, and we're gonna have, I don't even know what this debug would do, honestly, but we're gonna have to figure it out. Would be nice to be able to draw it. It would be very nice to draw it in some way. But let's see, range vector. Hey, beautiful. So we skip this one and we just do let's try this one. Apply at this point then would only be visual object transform local scale scale range dot random, just like this. What would the bug be? One could think that we do scale range, we draw min and we draw max, but at what position and so on? Parent probably. Yeah, maybe. What do we have in parent? Do we have bounds or something like that? Because I don't think scale, I guess it's kind of subjective / relative to how big the initial object is, but like if we want to be able to like visualize a scale module or debug a scale module, just think like a quick way to draw a gizmo to get a quick idea of how maybe big this scale range is. And by that I'm thinking like we can draw a sphere at the minimum scale, and then we draw a sphere at the maximum scale. So visualizing this scale module as a gizmo is just going to be two spheres, one small, one big, but then we can see like, okay, this is minimum case and this is maximum case, but then it's also, it depends on the visual object, right? But yeah, so I'm thinking of just doing it like this. I think gizmos.draw wire sphere Maybe. Let's try it. Center and radius. Radius. It's not... It's not too important, this one. Radius, maybe we can just do... What do we have on range? Random based on X. Clamp max. Do we have... Do vector 3 have max or something like that? Makes sense. Math extensions. Math extension. Inverse positive mod. I think I'm gonna add... No, it's vector extensions. 2 vector 4. Public static float. Max. Do we have max value? No, we don't. What do you usually refer to the entries in a vector as? Elements? Component, max. I want to put this one as a... Yeah, maybe I do. We don't have vectors here. But maybe we can do... Harukan and Pantamera with D-type. Let's go ads. Love the PlayStation style on that ad, because I've seen it multiple times. Something like that. And then in visual property module scale, we do draw wire sphere, parent position, and then we do, so this is radius. Here we do scale range dot min, but we do min component. Right. And then we draw Grismos, draw wire sphere, parent position, and scale range max component, something like that. Harukan, and longest of the ads was the Twitch Turbo ad. They really want you to buy Turbo, I think. Honestly, I don't know what the price is for Turbo, but that seems pretty fucking worth. I know it's weird to say it without knowing the price, but I mean, I guess it depends on how you watch Twitch. If you just watch a couple of creators, it's probably more worth to just subscribe. Yeah, it's pretty scammy indeed. I saw that Turbo doesn't remove all ads either, like streamers can do. There's some type or one type of ads that Turbo doesn't remove. But honestly, I know too little about it to speak too much about it. But let's see here. Position module, and now I want to add a scale module. And we want to do it scale range. We have X, Y, Z, uniform. So then I guess for these eyes, we want to go between 0.05, 0.01, 1. It's not only that we just want to keep it uniform, we would probably want to define it as keep ratio, if you know what I mean. Yes, definitely. Fuck. Keep ratio, yeah. Let's look at that. Because I would like... let's play this. Uniform. Because we probably want to make it so that, first of all, 90 minus 90. We also want to keep it such that it should be scaled in Z in such a way, or it should be scaled. This one should be at least half of the other two. So we get this type of eye instead. Looks real good compared to this, I think. I think this looks better at least. Autocannon 129 Swedish crowns a month for turbo. Yeah, it's a bit on the steep end. Like, I'm trying to think about it, like I want to compare it to something. 129. So what is that? What do you get? You get like two subscription to two other channels for that. I don't know. Did we get any small eyes here? I don't think so. Autocannon, so I have a Prime sub and as well as two more plus then, or what? Did not even see that you get two subs as well. That is pretty neat then. Oh, then it's probably worth if you get two subs as well. No, Harugen. I was just comparing to, so the turbo price, what is that, like how many number of subs is that equal to? Like how many subs can we get for the price of 1 month of turbo? Okay, so we don't want to scale these as uniform. We want to scale them. We want to keep the ratio going pretty much. Let's see what we can do about that. Range. Uniform. Figure out a clean way to handle this setting. Keep ratio. So here we want to do if uniform if ratio How can I have a 8? What the fuck, man? What a bad number to have, isn't it? I have a 88-month sub streak on the channel, so I can't stop that. That's a long sub streak, but let's get that one to 89 as soon as possible, I guess. Over 7 years. Yeah, that's crazy. But 88, that is like a hate crime territory, you know? That's just an unfortunate... a unfortunate coincidence. But yeah, that's a hell of a long time. That's respect. So keep ratio. I guess we're just gonna random. But you know what? If it's keep ratio, let's see here. I'm thinking, what makes sense here? If we have a vector that we describe from 3 different ranges. It feels more like keep ratio. We can hack it. I'm wondering if it's... We just randomize X, and then we take... Y min divided by X, Z min divided by X min. But I mean, keep ratio. Maybe we want to be able to maybe we want to be able to like have a best case ratio and a worst case ratio. So by that I mean maybe we want to go from, so scale module min is, what did I say? So 25 here. So the least we get is Z being half. then the bigger we get, maybe we want the ratio to change a bit. So right now we have a ratio of 1, 1, 0.5. But in the end, maybe we want it to be... so if it would be the same, it would be like this here, right? But maybe we want it to be 4. So minimum ratio is 1, 1, 0.5, and max ratio is 1, 1, 0.4. And then depending on what we randomize, yeah. Yes, we want to lerp here. So it's pretty much like this. Yeah, random based on X, and here we do return float t is equal to random dot range, or what is it? Random dot float. Value, right? Yeah. So value between 0 and 1 inclusive. And then we just do return new vector 3. X.lerp t, y.lerp t, and z.lerp t. This should keep the ratio going. Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like shit for some of them because we haven't gotten the rotation correct. But I think that's it for the scale, honestly. Pretty sure. Mm. And then also, when we randomize, like these modules are gonna grow. It's just gonna be more and more settings, I guess, because when we randomize when we randomize the number of eyes, maybe we want it to be like maybe we want it to have a normal distribution. So at like most of the Sten creatures are gonna have 2 eyes, if you know what I mean. Much like with the attributes here, the attribute generators. Hopefully we can figure out a system for the attribute generators that we can reuse for the visual properties. Position module, scale module, all looks very good. And okay, I'm gonna commit this scale module. And then let's see what we can do about the rotation, because we want to rotate it based on the plane normal, which means that we want information that is currently just available in position module, which sucks. And that's before I commit, let's just jump to the issue definition here. And that's what I mean. Maybe we want to have something like transform A let's see here, visual shape, Yo, what's up, Marcus? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Random position. Fuck, I hate that we can't do spaces here. We can probably do spaces if we do this or something, right? I hope. We'll get... It's not that important. So we can check it out soon. But random position, shape, random position, rotation. Okay, this is not the best diagram to show what we're getting at here. We're going to clean this up as well. But random position, random scale, rotation, random scale, and here we do random scale. Yes, okay, so we have an object on our creatures, we spawn it, and then we calculate a shape based on our creature. So the shape here are the planes where we want to spawn this object. When we have a shape, we derive a random position from that shape, but we also derive a rotation from that shape. We apply those to the object, and then we apply a random scale to the object, and then we have the result. I'm going to clean this diagram up as well, but like the bottom line, or what I want to underline here, is that I want to get a random shape and then use it in 2 different places to get a property that affects the visuals of the creature, right? Marcus, feeling good. I've just finished my technical project assignment towards my technical interview. Nice. Good luck on the technical interview. And As for the project, it's moving forward. I think we're doing some pretty fun stuff currently. It's like 50-50, or it's partly experimentation currently as well, but yeah. We have started developing like how to generate the random visual properties of creatures. And like I want to build some type of pipeline for that. So you insert some specification and you get visual variety as an output, pretty much. So currently what we have is just, we have this creature that is a stone, and we generate eyes to it. Randomized position, randomized scale. Then we want to randomize Yo, what's up, Norin? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. And I'm good, thank you for asking. How about you? So, like when we're developing these creature systems, we're currently doing the like instantiation system, randomizing attributes and stuff like that. I'm wondering about this one as well. That's pretty fucked. I don't know what that is. I guess it's our scale module, but I'm not sure. But anyway, when we're developing these system, we are starting easy, and that's why we're working with a pretty static creature like this. But okay, let me commit visual property module scale, and then we're going to see what we can do about the rotation. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we could define a custom wrapper class, as I said, and then a custom Unity UI draw script. I don't know. I want to reuse these planes so bad. Position, yeah, I mean, we could hack it. We could have a checkbox here where we just say rotate based on shape or something like that. Here we have the scale as well, the red one. So this is the scale variation we get on the eyes. Compared to a radius of 1, that is. Maybe that's good. We could create a rotation module that rotates based on direction to center, basically. Maybe that's better for now. That would work with sphere shapes as well. Maybe that's the better option, just to not make them too dependent on each other. So we create a rotation module, and we don't randomize rotation, not for these eyes, but we say that the rotation should be, we take the direction to origo. We take the smallest angle to either up. Yeah, we truncate it to 90 degrees, and then we make the forward of the eye be equal to the truncated vector. So basically, if we have an eye placed here, we calculate the difference from the center to the eye. So we get this one, and then we truncate it. It's probably going to be to this one, and then we rotate. Yeah, let's just do it like that. Position scale, rotation, yeah, how the hell do we debug this? Draw this? Oh well, let's see here. Oof, but then I guess, yeah, we need a parent reference. Okay, we're just gonna fill these out as we go, and then maybe we can see some pattern eventually. So for the next creature we do, we might add some extra settings here. On it goes. Because what I want to do here is private bool rotate relative to parent, maybe. And So we take visual object dot transform dot position minus, oops, visual object transform dot parent dot position. So we get a direction. And then I guess we want to do by truncating a quaternion. I have no idea. Guess we will get to it. But then we have a direction and we want to create rotation is equal to quaternion dot rotate towards from 2 max degrees. To oh, we're talking quaternions here. Okay. Let's see if we have something else. Look rotation. Creates rotation with specified forward and upwards direction. But I do, oops. Place. Place. Rotate towards quaternion Euler from 2 rotation. Is it? Yeah, let's do that one. From 2 rotation. From direction to direction. Yeah. I think that's what we want to do. What the fuck? Why did I want the direction? Okay, I get it. The direction here is what we want to replace this one with, I think. Yeah, let's try that. And rotation, we're going to do multiplied with. And then in the end here, we do transform visual object dot transform dot rotation is equal to rotation. Let's try this and see what we have. Probably not something good, but hopefully. So let's add a rotation module and rotate relative. We don't truncate right now, and then we take play. Let's see what we have. The rotation seems pretty off, if you ask me. Honestly, though, fucking hell, maybe not actually. It looks to be... it's... Fucking hell, it's beautiful for the one in the center here. So yeah, it's probably correct. We just need to truncate it, I guess. Yes. So yeah, for this vector right here, we want to truncate it to okay, beautiful. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. A little bit worried about this one though. This one looks great. We probably want to add some constraints to the up as well, so we don't get varying rotations like this. Shape of this one looks so fucking menacing, honestly. If we can make... I want to vary the shape as well, like the base mesh, because I want to make creatures that are a little bit more rounded, a little bit more friendly maybe. But if we can randomize something like this, it sorta looks like it's alive. Maybe. But okay, so truncate, truncate, truncate. So we want to have something here if truncate, or actually it's a vector 3, so we might always do it, but if I'm going to continue from this one, it feels like I should know more about quaternions. And I don't want to go down that rabbit hole today either. But in this case, it's this one we want to truncate. It's not this one. I wonder if we could do, I'm just going to test this one. If we do direction direction is equal to direction x not 90 though. Fuck. Huh. Trying to figure out like what values are at play here. We'll normalize it between 0, 0, 1, 0. Fucking hell, I'm so sorry if that sounded horribly. Yeah, we get a direction here, and we want to... If this was a direction that was defined as angles, I would like to truncate it to be 90 degrees. So either 0, 90, 180, 270, and on and on and on it goes. But now we're just talking about like normalized direction. And yeah, I don't know. I guess... fuck, how do I want to do this? So if we have an eye here, we do this one minus this one. Or do we do it in object space? Maybe we should. Nah. But we get this one, then we normalize it. So we normalize it. In this case, do we just want to take the maximum and put it to 1? Or we just want to take the maximum. Yeah, in this case, we could just take it. We take the maximum value and put it to 1 or -1, depending on the sign. There we have it. But that wouldn't work if we had, like, if we wanted to put some ice here. I just want to see if that works. So let's do direction. And then we do max component. Fuck, we don't take sign into account here. So yeah, it's not really truncation we want to do, it's the max. So just one direction. Not the band. So I guess the ugly way to do it would be to do if direction.x like, okay, so we actually wanted to have one more. That's it. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Something like this. Let's just see if it works. And then maybe we can implement it in a better way. Seems to be working, but I see one thing I don't like, I think. Or actually, I see a lot of things I don't like. Fucking hell, what a boring eye combination this is. We're gonna add some constraints. We want roughly something like this, don't we? We want roughly a face. So even if we have 3, we probably want add some constraint like this. I don't know. Maybe we don't. But I mean... Okay, so what I see that I don't like is this. What the hell happened with the rotation of these? So here we can see that the Z is in the opposite direction. Why? Why? Why did this one get the correct, but this one didn't? Do we want to go crazy with the scales as well? What the fuck? So for this eye here, I'm pretty sure what? How could it work for every eye except 2? I want to avoid stuff like this as well. Yeah, we have a few rules that we still need to add. This time around it worked for all of them. Not convinced. And there we go. Yeah, so what's the difference between... So here we have negative x, here we have negative x, here we have positive x, here we have negative z. Is it the negative z that fucks it up? Oh yeah, we're always gonna get the same. Because we don't randomize that, we just do it based on object ID. Oh fuck, we wanna change the size of these as well later on. X. Fuck, here we have a negative z. It's negative z, but when we get on this side, that's when we see the problem, I think. Yeah. Look at this. Don't we have this? But we don't have the same problem on any other side, do we? Okay, when we're on Z, either negative or positive, and okay, so my way of truncating it does not work unless fucked it up. I definitely fucked it up, but I mean, if I fucked it up with the sign, but it doesn't look like it. We're doing it in... Fuck, we're doing it in world position. Is that... What is it that I'm missing? I reckon it's something with the sign. But it's still weird. Actually, when we start it, it's something. A negative said. All other sides work. Like this one. Although we never seem to be getting eyes on these sides here. Okay, fuck it. Let's not go with this solution. Let's go with the truncation solution. But let's see. How to truncate a direction. Fuck, how do I want to... How to truncate a direction. Yeah. How to truncate a normalized direction vector to does this even make any sense in let's give it C sharp. Yeah. Ah, beautiful. Convert direction to... Okay. Ah. Hmm. And then we do it like this. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it in very similar fashion. Yeah. Truncate Euler angles, maybe. And then we do Direction I still want to have, and we're gonna normalize it. And then we're gonna do this. Direction as rotation. And then we want to truncate it, but I'm wondering if convert angles to -80, 180. We get an angle between 0 and 360 here. Is that what we're talking about? Okay, nah, I don't want to do clamping. I want to do truncation. So I think we can just do this. So when we have this one, we just do, let's see. I wonder if I just want to do this. So I want to get I want 92 to be 90. Right? And we do it back to rotation, and then we have our direction truncated. Let's see what this gives us. We had 0, 0, 0. Okay, so we don't truncate it at all. But it looks like we're doing something. Actually, maybe not. Got some errors. See if we get them again. I just want to do, yeah, truncation. Let's do 90, 90, 90. I fucked up with the truncation. We don't want to do modulus, we want to do division. Yeah. For fuck's sake, we want to do divided, 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 and mathf round to int. So 92 divided by 90, that's 1 point something. We round to int, so 1, and then times 90. That looks better, I think. Okay, good. Good. It's a little bit of a sheet. Maybe. Rotate relative to parent, truncate. I'm wondering, could we just change this so we do the truncation as a last step? I'm just going to try this real quick. So if truncate, or no, we just do truncate always. Never mind. We are actually truncating the direction. Yeah, that's true. Because I was thinking that we might truncate the rotation, the final rotation we get. But yeah, maybe this will work for now. Then we're gonna do header, parent, relative, rotation. And then we're gonna put both of these. Yeah, let's add some headers later on. Add debug settings. Because like worst case scenario, I think we're gonna get like this apply method is gonna look, it's gonna be a lot of these. If X do and then we're gonna have a list of a lot of different settings here. But when we get to that point, we can I don't know, improve on the implementation. Because if we think, so these eyes, we want to rotate them in such a way that their forward is always looking in the opposite direction as its position to the center of the creature. But if we have a creature where we generate random horns, then we might want to do random rotation around the horns up direction, and that's going to be a whole other setting here. So I don't know, it would be here. And then we have if a do. And I don't know if I like that design, but whatever, we'll see. So let's commit this, and then I'm just gonna fix the setting headers for this one as well. And then we're gonna see if we can add some more constraints to position, because if we take a closer look at how they are actually generated, some of them end up in not so good points, like this one. Definitely want to avoid this shit. This, we definitely want to avoid this. And I don't know if we want to add some sort of relationship constraint that we always spawn them on a point. And I don't know. This one is a pretty good, like if I played this game and I made a hole in the ground and this stay creature flied out, I would be pretty happy, I guess. I mean, it's a pretty cute eye placement, isn't it? But yeah, then maybe we would like... it's okay. Yeah, we're gonna randomize the shader properties and stuff like that as well. That's true. Gonna have to make them instanced though. Otherwise, we're gonna end up with a whole lot of materials. Okay, but let's fix. Let's commit this one, and then we can try and fix overlapping eye positions. What I'm a little bit worried about here, though, is how we want to solve this. We could definitely do it with like iterative, like we just brute force it. So generate a point. If it's colliding with another eye, we regenerate the point. And we try and do that for a couple of times before we give up. Or we dig down and do it mathematically in some way. I have no idea how that would be. Yes. Okay. So position. It's this one. Before we do visual object transform local position shape get random point. I don't know. This one doesn't have any history. Because this one should be stateless, right? So we're gonna have to... How do we want to solve that? Hmm. And also, like, this spawn position would be fine if the scale of it wasn't this big. So if it was only 0.05 maybe, then this position would be fine. But the fact that it's so big, which means that we need to communicate size and even if we go with the easiest solution, that would be the brute force solution. How do we communicate the relationship? like what the previous points we have and stuff like that. Even if we communicated the previous objects, we don't have any. We don't have any colliders, but that's okay. We can just use. We could just use Unity render mesh renderer. We just use the bounds, and we can check contains. Is point contained? Yeah, intersects. So if we communicate, like if we send, when we spawn a new point, so we have a list of points, and we check, is this one currently intersecting? If so, maybe. That would have to happen in visual property generator though. So here, after we have applied a module, we check, is this, did we apply this one in a acceptable manner? If so, continue, otherwise reapply or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's one way to do it. So we just have a list of generated visual properties here and check. But fuck, let's say we're generating 10 eyes. On the 10th eye, we're gonna have to check. We're gonna have to compare with 9 other eyes. Another way to think about it, like we could add some. We could add some rule set to it. So instead of randomizing a position like this, we just randomize a float. So if we get 2 eyes, for instance, we do it so that the first eye can be generated on this half triangle of the full shape, and the second one can only be on this one. But then even if we do it like that, we're gonna have to add some margin or padding or something like that, because they might overlap each other here. But yeah. Or if we generate 4 eyes, we split it into 4. The first eye can be generated anywhere here, the second one anywhere here. And we add some margin based on scale as well, so no eye can never appear outside. Maybe. We're probably gonna have to do something like that, I guess. Maybe, maybe. I mean, yeah, maybe we will have a creature eventually where we want to allow for overlapping, so we need to... This rule set is... we probably want to make it optional. I wonder if we could split it up. So a plane, we split it up in lines like this, or in sections like this. So if we split this one into 3, we do a line here and a line here. Should we just split it like this? Fuck, I don't know. So many ways to add structure to this. One could think as well that we generate lines. So if we're gonna have 2 eyes, we split it 2 times randomly in X and Y, and then we choose the intersections. But or maybe maybe we could use some noise as a reference. Ah, fuck it. It's just about... Yeah, hell yeah. We just divide it into grids and then randomize the grid. We can't choose the same grid. And that's about... Yeah, then we don't need to do any physics calculations and stuff like that. Collisions, bounds. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? It's pretty easy and straightforward, but it's just what's not easy and straightforward is how we communicate this relationship, I think. Cooler, is your rock army insubordinate? Yeah, they don't do much at all, honestly. But you know how it is, Cooler SK. You probably have your own army of rocks. They can be a bit lazy at times. Okay, let's get some... What is a good way to distribute a set of objects, or let's go sphere objects? What is a good way to distribute a set of sphere objects on a plane and avoid any overlap between spheres? Yeah, simple random placement with rejection. So that is the quote-unquote brute force max attempt I spoke about. No. Poisson disk sampling, best balance of uniformity and performance. I don't know if uniformity is something I want. Grid-based placement, we also went through. Yeah, probably gonna go with something like this. But it's gonna look maybe a bit too structured. Ooh. Pretty cool. But it's pretty much just a this one, but with a bit fancier rejection solution. So instead of just randomizing it again, we'll repulse it. Pretty cool, actually. Looks artificial, harder to implement. Natural, I guess it's natural distributions we want to go for. Let's see here. Yeah, what's up, Dragon? Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, man. Perception package. Can I get a... What? Why have they hidden this here, I wonder? Dragon, I was reacting to ChatGPT, so not you, just so you know. How's Unity? Pretty damn good, honestly. What engine are you working with? Okay, so why did I don't know. What the fuck, this is beautiful, but why is it hidden in perception package? I don't know, doesn't this sound more like... this feels more that it belongs in math or noise. Right? I want to use this one. I definitely want to use this one. Holy shit, I want to use this one. But am I gonna get... how much? I don't know if I want to include this package just because of for this one. Dragon, even after they did the whole install time fee thing, yeah, that sucked. Holy shit, that sucked. I would probably have switched engine if they didn't backpedal on it, I guess. And yeah, I'm currently at 6.0, I think. I think 6.2 is the latest. We're gonna migrate to it eventually. Like, how beautiful would this be? Poison disk sampling ensures points are randomly distributed but not too close. What sucks with this though is that, like, the minimum distance we're we're gonna have to communicate this in some way, and I don't know how I want to do that. Because position module, it's related to scale. Do I want to make it so that maybe we should just put scale first? But then again, And when we get the random points, what do we base it on? Poisson disk, what methods do we have? Generate samples, allocator. Do I have control of the randomization seed or anything like that? I don't think so. Ah, seed. Hell yeah. Oof. Everything is coming together, I think. This is pretty beautiful. Maybe. It's still minimum radius I'm a little bit afraid of. And this package as a whole. Wood Dragon, I use my own custom engine with Irrlicht for rendering. Damn, nice. Yo, what's up, Apukas? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. I think we're moving at a pretty good pace today. We have properly implemented a couple of randomization modules for our Sten creatures. Now we're just trying to refine these modules. So, for instance, we don't get eyes that are partly outside like this, or such that we don't get eyes that are overlapping. Wood Dragon, it's the baby brother of Ogre, if you've heard of that engine. Unfortunately, I haven't. Pretty cool name, though. Damn, that's old school. God damn, Ogre engine, Roblox, 2009 to 2014. Respect. Torchlight as well. Yeah, Torchlight 2. Yeah, nice. Okay, so when I randomize the position for the eyes here, I want to do it with a nice Poisson disk sampling. We can decide the seed. So we can make it so that how heavy is this how heavy is Poisson calculation? How is it done, by the way? It's just one, like, is it a iterative process or... Wood Dragon, yes, it's a lot older, but it's nice to have full control with Spartan code only. I don't even know what Spartan code is. But yeah, I'm a little bit of a control freak. I love to have control. But I also know that I don't have the time to write my own engine. Would love to though. Sounds expensive, but with the right implementation. Yeah. Okay, so it's this type of algorithm. Yeah, okay. Okay. I guess it's pretty much simple random placement with rejection, but with some rules about what to do with after rejection. But I mean, if we're gonna do this, we might as well just do this shit. But we don't do it with physics repulsion. We just do generate some points. If they are within each other, move them away from each other a certain distance. Like when I see a table like this as well, I also understand, like, okay, I'm just gonna have like 4 or 5 samples at most. Maybe not actually, but yeah. Wood Dragon, and of course no license fees or corporation behind it. Yeah, you never know what stupid idea a big corporation gets next. Fuck, it's almost like I'm thinking about just joinking this and putting it in my project, because I don't want to include the perception package just for this one, but I'm pretty sure Poisson disk sampling can come in handy for quite a few things. Kudos, I know what idea corporation will get next. More money. Fucking spot on, man. If you could bet on that, you would probably just get your money back. Number of attempts per active point, 30. Samples before rejection. Ah, come on. Out of... Okay. Yeah, so this pretty much just looks like random with rejection. Worst case. Okay, true. Very slow at high density. Natural uniformity though. That's pretty cool. WooDragon, of course, are pros to Unity. It handles all model import easy, animations are better suited, and plenty of packages ready to go. Mine require Blender and more manual work. Yeah, 100%. Pros and cons to everything, man. I developed a game in a game engine I won't mention by name. Maybe it wasn't even an engine, framework, whatever. A very simple game, and it was tedious, extremely tedious. And after that point, I decided that the next game I'm gonna do in a real proper engine, because I don't want to spend too much time on engine related stuff. I just want to make the game, you know? Although the engine programming and stuff like that is extremely fun, but like, I guess it's, what's the purpose? When I sit down to develop, is the purpose to make a game engine or a game? Okay, let's say that we have this one. Let's say we have this one in our project, and then we have our visual property position. And maybe we just make it so that like, how do we tell position the maximum size of our generated objects in a nice way? I don't want to send it down too much information between, or like these modules shouldn't talk too much to each other. WooDragon also HDRP, and shaders are definitely 100% easier in Unity and look fantastic. Or if you don't know what you're doing in Unity, you can easily bottleneck your game and quickly your FPS drop low. Yeah, 100%. But I guess that's true for most engines, even your self-made ones. But I reckon if you've made your own engine, you probably know what you're doing. Yeah, I think we're going to implement this Poisson distribution because I have a feeling we're going to use it a lot. And we're going to use a few different distributions, I guess. But fuck, I'm a little bit worried though. Or not worried, but I'm questioning how. So like, the min distance here. How do we how do I want to communicate this one? Because unfortunately, how we have implemented this right now, it means that we're going to regenerate these Poisson points over and over and over. Yeah, Woot Dragon, I agree with everything you're saying. Okay, let's take this one. We're gonna put it in. Let's see here. I would like to probably distribution, I guess. Woot Dragon, and even one script in Unity can bottleneck entire game if not careful. Definitely, but like, isn't that true for every game engine? Okay, let's see. in a rectangular area. Yeah, we probably... How is this one used? Grid width, height. Is valid. Yeah, we check it like this. Region size here. Yeah, I'm wondering about this one. One sec. Points. Okay. Okay. Yo, what's up, Ramsey? What are you up to right now? I'm just experimenting a bit around like distributing random visual properties for my creatures. More specifically, these stone-like creatures here. We want to randomize some eyes for them, but we want to be a little bit more constrained so that we don't get something that looks like this. I'm thinking about doing it with a Poison disc sampler, but I don't know. Eventually I want this to work for other shapes than plane, so region size here is we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna replace this one with shape, our own shape, right? I think that's okay. Hell yeah. But we want to make it in 3D as well. But Ramsey, why don't you just put up a few predefined points and spawn the eyes on some randomly selected ones? Because, like, does it really need to be truly procedural? Hell yeah, it doesn't need to be truly procedural. Nah, but jokes aside, like, I want the more variation we can get, the better. And then, once again, like, currently we're doing this for the eyes of the stone, but we're also going to do this for a whole lot of other creatures. So the eyes for the stone creature, that's just our first use case. Eventually it's going to be a lot more. But sure, we could define a set of points for other things as well, probably. Just like the idea of more variation, you know. Harukanen, so a thing I done multiple times over the years has a name. Poisson Disk Sampler. It's a pretty cool name as well, isn't it? Woot Dragon, but I feel Unity, it's like not as satisfying to me, maybe a little bit cookie cutter. Like someone already do it 100. That's just personal preference, I guess. I get it. Guess it also depends on what type of game you're developing. Like if you're developing a very simple, like the simpler the game, or simple is maybe not the correct word, but the less time you might be putting into your game engine. So for instance, if you were doing a if you're doing a choose your own adventure textbook like game, then you need to put in like close to 0 time into the game engine. I don't even know if you would call it a game engine. So that's one side of the spectra, I guess. And then you have a realistic 3D graphic type of game on the other end of the spectra. And like if you're gonna do the latter in your own game engine, you're gonna spend a lot of time in the game engine. If you're gonna do the former in your own game engine, you're gonna spend a little time in the game engine. Does this make sense? So I mean, if I were doing a 2D game with ASCII graphics, I might also roll with my own game engine, because then I knew I wouldn't be spending that much time in the game engine. But this time around, I knew that I wanted to do a creature collecting game with stylized 3D graphics, and if I were rolling with my own game engine, I would be spending a lot of time in that game engine. But Ramsey, like, believe me, when it comes to these predefined points and like getting random visual properties and stuff like that, I've been thinking about going the simple route of just having a set of predefined points. And for something as, like, I mean, for something as basic as just eye position on a stone-like creature, we could probably roll with it. But we might get a few, like, I don't want to close any doors, but yeah, that might be stupid. We'll see how it works out. But I wonder if I want to alter my Poisson sampling as well. So we want to be radius from, or I want to, maybe it is by default. Maybe I will see. So I'm wondering, I'm thinking about rewriting this one. So we don't want to send in a region size, because it's not always going to be a rectangle. We might be getting something else here. This time around it's a rectangle, but what if it was a line or a no, the surface of a sphere? Polygon, triangle, yes. Could be a set of polygons slash triangles. Yeah, that is the end goal, I guess. A mesh. I wonder how... it's pretty simple, isn't it, really? Everything we use region size for is we use it here: grid width, grid height. Do create a grid. Hadoukaanen, volume, I don't know. Volume we will... maybe. Wu Dragon, but the trade-off is longer time to develop, doesn't have all latest fancy features, HDRP, DX12, but it's not like you're building Path of Exile 2 in Unity either, so... I would love to do anything with SDF. Yeah, Hadoukaanen, I think we fucked up. Okay, let's do... Okay, we get the center point, we get grid width and height. Whereas Ruck is building something even more ambitious. I've actually tried to dial back on the amount of ambitiousness here. And Wu Dragon, sorry, what I meant was the graphics that come out of Unity would not look as good as something akin to Path of Exile 2. I think you're I think that's plain wrong. You can probably output whatever the hell you want from Unity. It all depends on your knowledge. Wu Dragon, for the most part, Unity games all very much feel the same and play somewhat the same, and the graphics are also somewhat the same. The only exception is Last Epoch. I think you're objectively wrong. Cooler SK, yeah, Unity is not what it's like 10 years ago. It can output good graphics if developers choose to. I mean, depending on the developers, you can pretty much output whatever graphics you want, I would say. The fuck, you pretty much have a free reign over the pipeline. I don't know how that would limit the graphics in any way. Dragon, I'm not saying it can't do it, just saying it's very hard to pull off something like Path of Exile 2. Yeah, but still easier to do it in Unity than building your own game engine, wouldn't it? An SRP gives you the ability to do whatever you want at any stage in the pipeline. Yeah, exactly. Fuck yeah, I always... yes, the scriptable render pipeline, yes. 100%. I wonder if you can handle this. Hell yeah. Arcan and URP and HRP are examples more than anything like that. Yeah, 100%. I feel like I haven't really felt constrained at all in Unity when it comes to graphics stuff. I've been toying with the idea of ripping out everything from my URP project and create the pipeline myself. That would be pretty cool exercise to do, at least. Woot Dragon, but what I'm saying is, as an indie dev, do you really expect to make a game look like Path of Exile 2 in Unity Engine, or you think it will just look more like Last Epoch? So what I'm basically saying is you're kind of not getting what you think you are getting. You lost me, man. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah, so it's this one we want to replace, right? And then we use the bounding box here. That's about it, isn't it? I think so. Woo Dragon, like, I just don't think it's possible to make Unity graphic as good as Unreal Graphic, or to make game to that true high quality 4K Witcher look. But if you have like full access to the graphics pipeline, why wouldn't you be able to? Like, with the right knowledge, you could probably like implement Nanite yourself in Unity. I don't get the point. Fuck, is Sons of the Forest a Unity game? That's fucking beautiful, man. Okay, so what I think we want to do here is we're going to change this one to a game.misc shapes shape. Then we have radius and samples before rejection. 30 is hella high though. So when we have a shape like this, we probably want to add get bound points. Get bound points. Fucking hell. Let's oh, have I not committed this one yet? Okay, that's a little bit of a mistake. So right now we have these committed, but they... Oh, fuck it. Shit happens. I think we're gonna add... I'm thinking of adding get random point, get bound points, and then I'm wondering if we should do bounds, get bounds. But like, yeah, also Path of Exile 2 is phenomenal. Like, the visuals of that game is incredible, and the polish as well. Just as a side note. Let's see. Okay, bounce here is bounce. Yeah, axis aligned bounding box, so we need to... do we just need to do bound points? Yeah, I think we just do... if we get the bound points and we do max and min, yeah, maybe we can just do it like this, right? New bounds, and we have origin here. Origin, new vector 3. And we should be able to do it like this, right? We should be able to calculate this. Coolers K, maybe we need to calculate it. Maybe. I'm just wondering if we have the bound points, if we just get the max x, min x. Size. Or we could just do, but couldn't we just do, I wonder how heavy this would be, but oops, like this, I reckon, but I wonder what the center point should probably be this one, but I don't know. Because then we have bounds. And maybe we can do something with bounds here. Although grid with grid height. Grid with grid height. What do we use these for? don't know, it feels okay. And the only thing with 3D is that we need to do the grid. This. What the hell? If we do this one... Okay, this one would be pretty fucking cool, I think. Then we could... And we can let eyes be on any side as... whichever side. We can just pick a random side on the mesh, but yeah... Yeah, we're not gonna do this. This, though. Okay, I'm gonna have to think this over, but we're gonna continue this tomorrow, because unfortunately I'll need to run now. But if we could get something like this to work, it would be quite amazing. And we're gonna use it quite a lot, I think. Yeah, we're gonna use it a lot. But I just wonder, so if we go like doing just this compared to... Oh hell yeah, it would be like this. So instead of defining different planes like we have done here, maybe we just define a mesh. So sometimes for something as simple as this, we might just use this mesh, and then we distribute points on it, and we can I don't know, limit it by normal, maybe? Maybe. Like, to take it one step up. But yeah, we're gonna have to figure it out tomorrow. I need to run. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you for the discussion as well. Like, I get your point, Woot Dragon. I just think, like, you can if you put in a lot of work. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.